And it looks like we are live. Yeah, just shifting the old camera here a bit. Welcome everyone to the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. I'm your host, Ale Wolf, otherwise known as Ales, gentleman streamer, the excellence of an execution, brewmaster for the Order of the Shield Lichen. And welcome back to Friday. Here's hoping that the day's been treating you well. Here's hoping that maybe you've got a few hours left in the workday and maybe it's time to start wrapping things up, time to closing up shop and getting ready for the Eids of the weekend. Welcome to the stream, friend of the stream, Rio de Lobos. How are you doing on this fine day? Yes, these are star goggles. I thought, I think this is probably my 5th set of goggles. I was trying to see if there was any other goggles that are easily accessible that I could purchase. And I thought, well, I don't have star ones. I guess I don't have square ones, but stars are good. The nephew is asleep. Here's to him sleeping for 2 hours. Well, that's awfully kind of you that you are watching over your nephew. And yes, here's hoping that he does get good rest. More rest never hurt anybody. At least I think so. I don't think anybody's suffered from it. You know what? Let me stop talking right there. So today we'll be playing some Elden Ring, which is a game that I picked back up last week. And we defeated Godric, and so I moved on to Liurnia of the Lakes. So I think for most of the stream I'll be focusing on Liurnia of the Lakes, which is a region that I haven't visited too much. Here's hoping that I can encounter some fun adventures, some cool treasures, some untimely deaths, of course. But here's hoping for a good time all around. Let me think if I'm missing anything. No, I think that's about it. I didn't post a question of the day or question of the night today just because I didn't think about anything in particular to ask. But if it's something occurs to me, I'll probably post it there. In terms of what we're drinking tonight, we're starting off with something from our friends at Otherwise Brewing. This is a Cal Rose Crisp, which I believe is something that I've had before. And I'm looking at the mirror image of me holding the can and moving it in a very strange way. So that's Cal Rose Crisp. This one is actually a rice lager, which automatically makes it gluten-free. As you might recall, one of my siblings can only have gluten-free beer. So I got this while he was here. A rice lager, though, is actually quite common. I want to say you can make lots of rice beers that are light-bodied and crisp. I know that rice actually is popularly used to make some Kolsch style beers, so those are nice. And of course, rice lagers are actually pretty popular too. Let's see, here's something I found at the Barnes & Nobles. It's a card set of questions to ask to begin great conversations. So like icebreakers, you mean? You can find it at the stationery section of the store. You know, I haven't stepped into a Barnes & Nobles in a long time, and it's not because I don't want to. It's simply because I don't know. I just don't go to the mall that often anymore. But I gotta say that I did enjoy the atmosphere there. It's always cozy to just go in there and check out the books. I often gravitated to the manga section. Pick up a nice cup of coffee there as well. Yeah, so I do like the atmosphere of Barnes & Nobles. Hopefully they stick around for a while. I know that like Borders closed down because obviously people aren't buying as many books anymore. Yeah, and of course there's always the online show, but it's not the same as going there, right? I think my significant other and I were talking about purchasing Legos the other day, and she was saying, oh, it's so much cheaper than going to the store to get the Legos at Amazon. And then I said, you're right, you're absolutely right, and that's okay. But nothing beats going to the Lego store. It's so energetic. You get to see the toys, you get to see the displays. It's a different experience, you know? Anyways, what was I talking about? Calrose Crisp. So it's a rice lager. It's a lager is different than an ale in the sense that lagers are bottom fermenting, so the yeast actually goes down during the fermentation process. And this actually makes it so that the beer itself has less of the secondary products that you would expect from a fermentation process, simply because all the yeast actually goes down, which leaves a cleaner, far more crystal clear beer in your fermentation tank. Lagers tend to be quite light, still very flavorful though, and they make for easy drinking. Obviously your generally available commercially available beers tend to be lagers, terrible things like Budweiser and whatnot. But whenever you come across a craft lager, don't associate it with those. But those are my thoughts on lagers. Going someplace physically is awesome. Yeah, very, very much agree. Until somebody can make like a virtual online store that I believe, it's always going to be a experience that can't be beat. Let's see what Untapped has to say on Calrose Crisp. Okay, so not really much there. It is made from Japanese rice, actually. I wonder if you can actually use conventional rice for this. I didn't know that it was actually Japanese rice specifically, but it is lager made from sushi rice grain. So pretty basic description. Let's go ahead and taste this and see what this is like. And I see some bubbles coming from the can already. Here's hoping that it doesn't just burst on me. I just got these goggles. Okay, it seems tame. It seems okay. Oh, and when I was picking glasses for today's session, I decided to go with the fun option. Let me show it to you in just a second. So stop me if you've seen this before, but this is Das Boot, or Das Bot, which is a boot-shaped glass. I'm sure you've seen several versions of it, and it's very popular, I think, in Germany. The fun thing about this is that if you drink this way, you will eventually get splashed, simply because an air bubble forms on the foot, and it'll just like blast your face. So you kind of have to drink it carefully and have to drink it sideways. So kind of just a refreshing taste, a few hints of rice malt there. Fang a nail, dear viewer. So delicious, light. It has a slight lemon tinge to it, which is kind of interesting. It's like a zest almost. I want to say maybe some slight rice flavor there. I wish that there was a strong hint of like a particular flavor. I feel like the times that I've drank rice lagers or rice beers in general, The graininess is actually very similar to, the flavor is actually very similar to barley, which is the standard malt in beers. The difference is kind of like a graininess, and I can't explain it better than using that word. It has a slight grainier taste, something that you would find in like drinking an horchata, if you're familiar with that. So yeah, Calrose Crisp is delicious. It's very light. It's a wonderful opener, and I would probably recommend it for like a hot day. Let's go ahead and rate this thing. 275 is solid. I think we're gonna leave it there. Cool. So with that, let's update the ticker, and we'll move on to Elden Ring pretty soon. No, horchatas are wonderful. Horchatas are definitely Ales and Fails certified. Probably one of my favorite soft drinks. If I'm thinking of like favorite soft drinks, other than beer, of course, horchata is like on top 3, I want to say. On the top 3, I don't know exactly what the other 2 are. Maybe one of the other top 3 would be Lipton Brisk Iced Tea. I really like that too, but I haven't drank it in years. It's been years, folks. It's been too long. Okay, but that's enough drink talk. Who am I kidding? There's never enough drink talk. Let's go ahead and play some Elden Ring. Of course, the problem with having too many monitors is everything is sprawled all over. Alright. Okay. Give me just a second here, folks. I tell you, I receive messages at the oddest times sometimes. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's fine. Okay. I don't even know where my controller is. I don't know if you guys remember the that Batman Forever movie with Val Kilmer. Not a great Batman movie, but just a fun movie in general. And the thing is that Jim Carrey plays the Riddler, and he has his desk full of just like knickknacks and nonsense and things like that. And it's very much not organized. Yeah, Val Kilmer indeed. And so every time I think about streaming and like all the things that I put on my desk, not just like my keyboard and mouse, I'm just like, this is exactly like that scene with him, just like with all the knickknacks and nonsense. And so I was actually, before I even continue navigating Liurnia of the Lakes, I was actually considering getting what am I? There was something that I was supposed to get with Godric. It's like a after I defeated him, there's like it's like a, you know what? I'll figure it out later. Let's just go and check it out. Never seen it. Well, I highly recommend it. Again, it's just a fun movie. It's not necessarily the greatest Batman movie, but it does have like a lot of memeable moments, I want to say. Oh, what happened to this guy? Did I already talk to him? The village is done for. Please, even if it's just you, old Albus, hide well and still your breath. Well, I'm not old Albus. Is it gonna ask me to go down the well or something like that? Try fingers. Try the fingers, huh? Beware of poison. Did I already activate this thing? Ooh, nice. Okay, so it's a summoning pool. I'm assuming that there's danger nearby. Who am I kidding? Everywhere in Elden Ring there's danger. Who am I kidding? Can you imagine somebody just coming into the stream and they're wondering, oh look, it's a fun medieval fantasy game, and then they just see like these horrors and deadly monsters and like gruesome sights, people dying left and right, blood everywhere, and they're like, huh, maybe not my type of game. So we have 3,000 runes. I forget how much I need to actually level up. 12,000. It's gonna be a while. It's gonna be a while. Ooh, looks like there's some treasure. I wonder why I said it that way, treasure. Write in if you have the answer. Item ahead, but no hidden path ahead. I don't like the sound of this. Wait, what is? It seems like somebody died. Okay, maybe we do summon my wolf friends. Oh, I forget how to summon. I think it's this, yes. Alright, guys. Ales always runs with wolves, if anyone's wondering. What are, I hope they're not quick. I hope they're slow. Wow, there's a lot of these guys. Seriously, a lot of these guys. Okay. Did we get the Triforce? Maybe not. Ooh, a larval tier. I forget what those do, but I think they're important. Let's go check out the information. Let's go check out the information. That is what my brain has been reduced to. Maybe it's like key items or something. So a golden seed. Here we go. It is a material needed by Renala to grant rebirth. I don't even remember who Renala is. Oh, I think rebirth is actually when you respec. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I gotta heal my boys. See, that's you gotta heal your pack, you know? Okay. It doesn't seem like any of these are openable. Sometimes I wonder if these random wooden structures can be rolled into to break. A lot of the time it actually works, but not all the time. City? So this is some sort of city or something like that. And I think if we cross that bridge, we'll get to the other side. So let's check it out. I don't know that this is the place that I want to specifically target today. I was hoping for a slightly sunnier location, but once again, this is Elden Ring. Wait, who is this? Wait a second, I remember you.
This time, I'm a woman grown.
She's the lady that helped me with Godric.
and stone mete out justice. Justice to the oppressors. Let the scars I carve remind them. I am Nefelu, the warrior.
Yeah, exactly, Excuse me, Nefelilu. Okay. Anything else?
Undo the suffering can justice to the scars I carve.
Okay. Likely whole.
But this time, undo the suffering justice.
Yes, I know. I hear someone. It's like as soon as I hear like the meekest stone, I'm just like, there must be an enemy. Oh no, my wolves are disappearing. Sadly, nephew is up. I'm sorry, Rio. Here's hoping that they have a tendency of going back to sleep. And you know what? If not, that's okay. I'm sure you can spend some quality time with them as well. That is probably more valuable than spending time on this stream. Item ahead, but no hidden path ahead. Wait, my wolves are still disappearing no matter where I go. I guess it wasn't meant to be, guys. Fine. I guess we'll proceed without them. Is there a ladder here? I feel like these structures are climbable, but there's nothing really... Maybe I'm just imagining things. Alright, let's keep going. I'm gonna regret going down this bridge by myself. Alright, see ya, boys. Be wary of mage, therefore be wary of down. How about system of a down? Ah, and they left. You know what? I almost feel like since they're gone... Oh, I was gonna say, maybe I should rest at a site of grace, but at the same time, it's gonna make those creatures reappear. Be wary of behind. And then why is it always a skeleton? Okay. Whoop. I see you. Hey, why is this skull right there? Is it just gonna fall over as soon as I... Ah, forget it. Or maybe I could summon Torrent. That should give me a bit more height, right? Ooh. Don't fall, don't fall. Just give me the thing. Okay, okay, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. Can I just pick up the thing? How about that? Maybe if I walk on the rope. Behold, fruit. I'll have to come back for that at some point. And ales never made it back to that. Ooh, what is this? Albinaric blood clot. I'm assuming it's some sort of reagent. Whew. There don't seem to be any other enemies in the area. Ooh, what is that? I don't know, this seems a bit shifty over... Ooh, who is that? Seems like some sort of assassin or something like that. I wonder if I can just run in and get the thing. Is there anything back here though? The real question. Maybe I can aggro this guy from far away. Will it even reach? I'm gonna waste my attack, aren't I? Get ready to run away. That didn't do what I wanted it to do. Oh, wait a second. Where's the bridge? Can you stop? Look. Oh, great. I'm gonna fall, aren't I? Alright, let's try this again. You know, here's me thinking that maybe a shield doesn't necessarily cover you for magic attacks. Imagine that. Ah, come on. Maybe I can get you from here. Seems like I have the high ground, Anakin. Wait, did that do anything? Oh, come on. If only I had a ranged weapon. Oh, great. I think I do have a bow somewhere. Yeah, this thing. Misbegotten short bow. But I forget what the mechanics are for actually using the bow. You know what, never mind, we're running in and being foolish. That's what we're doing. Why am I still on this thing? Seems like I didn't actually need to take too much care of those. They were pretty simple enemies. Ooh, a crystal sword. But is it a great sword? Really, the only swords I tend to use are great swords. Equipment. Nah, it's a straight sword. Nothing against great swords. Sorry, nothing against straight swords, but I'm just way too used to the great sword lifestyle. Great sword and great shields are us. I think my idea in designing this character actually was creating like the old World of Warcraft paladin, where you have heavy armor and at the same time you have some spells, faith-based spells. I don't know why I called it the WoW archetype. I think that's the archetype for most paladins. So I kind of started with the Confessor, and then I kind of started giving him strength and some faith. But I definitely have not done so very optimally. Can you actually fall from here? Is it gonna kill me? It looks okay. No, it doesn't look okay. Okay, it was okay. And for those of you just joining us, we're enjoying a Calrose Crisp, which is a sushi rice lager. Hey, get over here. This looks like the command center for the Power Rangers. Where are we even on the map? Look in this weird location on the map. I should really get the next map piece, wherever that might be. Just a second here, folks. Once again, it is the sort of thing where just as I start streaming, every single chat message decides to pop up. I'm wondering if this is poisonous. Glintstone Firefly. And what is that? Oh no. Don't tell me it's a boss or something like that. Well, it certainly doesn't... Oh, wait a second. Okay, let's stop targeting them and move on. Okay, well that was unusual to say the least. I didn't know that there was two of them coming up. These tiny crabs suggest that a giant crab is going to be somewhere around here. A giant enemy crab. Yeah, exactly. I think I've lost my direction. Am I still going north? No. No, I'm not. It's like Aels, you went the exact opposite way. Big boy crabs. Okay, we are far away from the lake. Ooh, what is this? So we're past the crabs. Okay. Some good beer to calm the nerves. Oop. Okay, maybe you and I are more similar than you might think. Oh, a spear. The only spear I'm interested in is Goldberg's. What is this, like a wooden puppet or something like that? Yeah, it looks mechanical, except wood. Ooh, glowing skull. It's one of these towers. I think there's like a... There's generally special things whenever you encounter one of these towers. Ooh, and there's a minor Erdtree. I think that's what those are called. And of course, Site of Grace. And let's just rest here for a moment, gather our thoughts, and respond to random messages. Okay, I think we're doing well. There we go. You know, I'm drinking too much beer, which is a weird thing to say at the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. What I'm trying to say is I should drink water as well. The Ales and Fails Twitch stream does not condone the exclusive drinking of beers. We should have a balance. Also drink coffee whenever you have the chance. And water. Water's good too. Converted tower. Erudition guide thee. Cuckoo glintstone. But what is that? It seems like a sorcery type of thing. Smithing stones. Crystal burst. I was assuming that it was some sort of talisman, but maybe I'm mistaken. You know what, that's fine. We'll figure it out. Or maybe it's one of these actually. Cuckoo glintstone. Uses FP to produce a magic bolt. So it's essentially a consumable spell. And like I said, I think the mystery in these towers is you're supposed to get to the top somehow. Or something like that. Now here we go. Maybe around here. There's a ladder or something. Ooh, treasure. Magic grease, my favorite type of grease. Every time I barbecue, I find magic grease at the bottom of my grill. Okay, so you can't actually go up the tower. Maybe this thing on the side. This barrier. Walls. Tower walls. Seek something. Jumping required ahead. So I think maybe I need to jump all the way. Do a running start. Can I call? He's a much better jumper than me. Okay, and see, this is what I'm talking about. That is what Ailes was talking about, everyone. And of course, that's the bottom. But we can go on higher still. Bloodstain. Yeah, why is there a bloodstain? I don't like my odds. Is there something on the ceiling? Okay, let's shield up. Something's gonna happen. Seems like it's on the way back, maybe. And then when they leave, something happens, but... Alright, well... That's not what I meant to do. Ooh, a memory stone. And... nothing has happened. Doesn't seem like you can actually go any higher. I don't know. Maybe people just randomly jumped off the tower and that's how they perished. That's a reason to have a bloodstain. Let's go down here. No. Okay. I thought that was gonna do me in. Cool, I forget what the memory stone is for. I think it's for spell slots. Let's see. It's not flasks. Or maybe it's flasks. Oh, I guess it's automatic. So that way I can memorize one more spell. Just a second here, folks. One of the things that most streamers don't have to deal with because they're sensible is they never have to worry about where their goggle strap are on their face, and how it might bother your ears. Okay, so one more spell. We have heal, of course, cure poison, magic fortification, rejection, produces a shockwave, assassin's approach, flame sling. What is the range on this? It would be nice if they actually told you what the range on some of these spells are. The flame of frenzy. Poison mist. Maybe let's go with poison mist. No, that's not what I wanted. I feel like poison is generally a good spell to have. I feel like lots of enemies are weak against poison, like bug types. Flasks. 3. I've only got the 1. Okay, let's keep going. Where are we even? We're just going around the lake. The Lando Lakes. Yeah, what is that over there? I think it's fun that Elden Ring, at least, is this type of game where you see something and you're like, oh, what is that over there? And that looks like an enemy, like a tree enemy of some sort. Maybe a boss. How many ads do we have though? I doubt that I can hit him from here. But it looks like I can summon my boys. So let's do that. Ah, great. Alright. Who's next? Let's approach cautiously. Doesn't seem like I am detecting any other enemies other than that creature over there. There's a different statue. Minor Erdtree. This one might require some fire. Do I even have the magic for it? And actually, maybe let me make some more fire pots. Okay, I have 5 of them. Okay, let's go after this thing. And try to get a backstab. That thing is huge. It looks smaller from far away, of course. No, of course not. Oh, of course that happened. Of course. I should have yeah, sure, let's go to the stake. I should have prepped my attack way before that. I don't know if I want to take this guy down right now. I think that wasn't a good idea. Where are my embers? Even if I wanted to, do I have enough material for more pots? Yeah, I guess I do. I could give it another shot, I guess. Okay, let's try this one more time. Like Daft Punk once said. And maybe I need to attack just a bit more aggressively. Maybe try to make the thing prone. By the way, where are my runes? That's a real important question here. Let me try and get them first. Still not seeing them. Wow, where did they go? I just ran through them, didn't I? And why did I do that? Okay, there we go. And now I'm wondering if I can actually do this fight on horseback. Oh, it's still coming. Can I hit him with fire from here? No. Wait a second. It's like one hit destroyed both the horse and myself. Maybe I just need to be a bit more agile there. Maybe. Where are my remains? Fortunately, I was pretty far away. Guardian grieves. "5,000 runes is nothing to scoff at," I always say. Even in everyday life. Okay, so maybe what I will do is I will summon my wolves, and then do another horse battle. Okay, let's go for it, folks. Actually, I feel like maybe if I would lure him out first. I guess at this point it doesn't make sense. Seems like Margit. Ah, of course. Well, get up, buddy. What a sad fate. I think maybe what I will do is fight him on land first, try to lure him out, and then turn it into a horse battle. But I want to get my runes first. You gotta get those runes, folks. Where is he? Okay, move. Move. Whoa. Out, out, out. Wait, what is this? Guy, why'd you have to distract me? That is wild. If only it hadn't been for that absurd ad over there. So frustrating. Just like a random dude. At least we were pretty far away. So I'm going to get that third person first. Okay, where's this third guy? I feel like he was, I can't imagine that he just pops up when you aggro this guy. Okay. I am not 100% sure that that's the same person that foiled my attack last time. Could be though. And of course all those fire pots are gone. I don't know, maybe it was the guy, I don't know. But let's do this one more attempt. And if it doesn't work out, then it doesn't work out. Okay, so let's horse battle it first. And the Flame of Frenzy actually takes a while to... I probably should have equipped just standard fireballs. Okay, now we go. Why did I just do that? Seriously, guy. Of course he has to have magic. That was obnoxious. Okay, and I'm assuming all the ads are gone. Where's my stuff? So this is not necessarily, at least I don't feel it's necessarily a very hard enemy. It's just the positioning. If you get hit once, you're pretty much it. But the individual attacks make sense. Let's not all be in the same place at the same time. Whoa. I can't believe I was blocked by geography for that. Drink some potions. Oh, great. Move, move! Wow! And of course, there was this other ad there. You know what? I think we're moving on. That was obnoxious. Also, maybe... Actually, let me try that one more time without the horse. Memorize spell. I think this one has a bit more reach. And then that way I don't have to depend on being so close. Maybe after this we take a break. I don't know. Definitely have to take Good Boy Churro out. I would really like to know where that other character comes from. Let's get this new guy. New guy. The follow-up series to New Girl. Is he like a tree person? So if I was a random enemy ad, where would I spawn from? Okay, I'll do a 270 around them and see if I can spot them. Oh, wait, no, that's a rat. Alright, let's try this one more time and then see what happens. How many pots? 8 fire pots. I feel like that's a good number, right? Good number of pots. Yeah, the horseback riding is just no good in this terrain. Too much height. Haha. Oh, come on, guys. Move out of the way. Jeez. Whoa, hey. And I totally forgot about his magic attacks. How far was that? Like halfway there? Was that halfway there? Let's go back to the site of grace. I actually don't care anymore. I think we're gonna take a quick break here, folks. I feel like this fight requires some good strategy and maybe I'm not there yet, but I do want to get my my stuff back. I want to get my stuff back. So hopefully your afternoon is going better than mine. I don't know why I'm a horseback. Alright, let's go back to the site of grace and let's take a break here. So let's see. Let's go with Dreamin'. So we'll be right back, folks, in about 5-6 minutes. Gotta take the boys out, sorry, Churro out, and gotta take care of some of the biologics. So see you on the other side. Okay, and we are back, still in the middle of what I like to call Aleden Ring, with our exploration of Liurnia of Land of the Lakes. So we just I was just about to say we just defeated a minor Erdtree, but actually the minor Erdtree wiped the floor with us. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mark this area with a skull. Remove beacon. There, boss. Come back to it at some point. And of course, for those of you just joining us, we're still enjoying a Calros Crisp, which is a lager made of sushi rice. This is no California roll. Why did I think saying that would be cool? Can you let me know? Can you please let me know? It's like, oh yeah, Ales, half the things you say are actually ear-piercing. What is this? Crystal Bud. I'm always thinking that whenever I run by the woods or the trees that I'm going to encounter this like fascinating new reagent that I've never come up with, but it's always like roa fruit or some nonsense like that. There's gotta be like some huge prize. Yeah, I definitely have to come back to that. Actually, is this the extent of this area? What is this? Trinus Lily. Well, let's say other than the boss itself, let's see if there's anything around here. You know, one of the spells that I like the most that I have is the dragon spell, like the dragon fire that I have. But it takes so long to set up. It's almost like why are you even trying to hit enemies with it when it is the slowest thing in the world? Oh, there was another guy behind. Maybe this is the guy that kept aggroing me. Some sunflowers. Reagents, no doubt. Yeah, so at least in this peninsula, there's nothing much more we can do here. Ah, how I dislike that guy. I dislike that tree. That all he is trying to do is survive. Oh, lovely. Oh, huh. Ooh, what is that? Tingle? Is that Tingle over there? You know, I feel like I'd attack 2 at the same time. 3? I don't know. Oh, but there are these mechanical puppet things. Wow, these guys are deadly. Bam. I'll take that over a boss battle, I guess. I'll take that victory and write home about it. But that is interesting right there. What is that about? I think I'll be okay as long as there's no random crabs. And also the water's okay, so maybe no poison. What if... So it's those mechanical skeletons. But what if I shoot it with a... Shoot the balloon? Oh, right, I can't aim. Oh, yes, you can. Alright. These guys. Are they gonna move if I approach cautiously? What are you trying to do? Okay, but the balloon... Can I... Ooh, nice. You heard it here, You heard it here first, folks. Golden rune. Also, there's an arrow sticking by. Okay. Ooh, what is... What is this? To the one we lost along the way. And as slow as that thing is, it's quite dangerous. I tend to find it's probably an upgraded version of the ones that I found at the first area. Generally, whenever I encounter an altar, I assume that there's like an item. And I was right. A smithing stone. Tarnished. Nothing else of note here, potentially. Where are we? So still going north. In just a second here. This place reminds me just a bit of good old Florida. Swampy and rainy. Why, it's almost as if people weren't meant to live there. But what do I know? I'm not a geologist. So I guess let's go out of the whole Elden Ring topic of discussion. I did start watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I think it's the 4th chapter, Golden Wind, or at least I picked it up back again. I had started it years ago, and then I never finished it. And I vaguely recall the reason why I failed to continue watching it is that I lost interest, specifically for one very specific reason. Specifically for a specific reason, and that is that just the stand system in Golden Wind is so convoluted and complicated. Let me suggest that it is actually quite creative and interesting. Can you not? There's 2 of these guys. Where's my horse? I don't want to aggro 2 of these guys at the same time. I think a lot of what happens whenever I start running away from enemies on torrent is I feel like oh hey, I'm running, it's great. And then all of a sudden, because I'm watching behind my back, I will run into a cliff or a precipice, and it'll be like, hey, maybe you should have been checking your 12 o'clock. That's what they call it, right? 12 o'clock. Military guys call it 12 o'clock. So yeah, the stand system in Golden Wind is so complicated. I was watching the recap episodes because I wanted to, like I said, I had watched half of it, and then I thought, well, I don't want to restart it. I'll just catch up using the recap episodes. And yeah, even the main characters, Giorno Giovanna's stand, his power is to give life, but at the same time it also gives enemies the ability, it gives them the ability to be hypersensitive, and so everything around them moves slowly, even though it's not actually moving slowly. So not to say that that's a very nifty reading of like giving life to something or someone, but I'm just like, wow, I wouldn't have thought about that myself, and it sometimes makes it for very some fights are very difficult to follow, I think. So I'll probably continue watching it. I think I like the character designs a lot from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but yeah, the stands in Golden Wind at least are very they're very complex and nuanced. Certainly more complex and nuanced than my mind can keep up with. Guide and Gatekeeper for those returning to the roots. Okay. That is really bad posture. I should know. Is that the shadow of a person or is that a ghost? Okay, so let's go down. Oh, it looks like the statue itself has a sign on the map, which is new. I forget if these jellyfish just randomly aggro you or if you actually have to fight them first. Underground tomb ahead. I don't think they'll fight you if you don't do anything to them. Yeah, doesn't seem like it. Hello, TNT Titan 2000. It would seem that you're not a first-time chatter, but my memory fails me. Have we exchanged conversation before? Nobody calls it that. Nobody says, have we exchanged conversation? That sounds so silly. Hopefully you're having a good day today. Nice glasses? They're goggles, actually. Which is not something that people that stream generally don, but that's my thing, I guess. How is your day going? And, ooh, what is this? This fired up. Yes, we have. Yeah, I feel like your name sounds familiar. Ah, jeez. Okay. Why must I do this to myself? Oh no. There's something behind me, isn't there? Yes, there is. It was just Batman, it's okay. You're the only one that also reveals alcohol. Like you too. Is that okay? So my thing is goggles and reviewing alcohol. So that's the two things that make my stream unique. There's also failing a lot at games. So there's that. I would like to think that having a corgi is a unique thing to streamers, but I feel like 5 streamers that I follow have corgis too, so that's not a unique thing. Okay, let's just keep going. Okay, so let's keep going. These things are pretty weak, but I'm sure that if you let them, they will wreck you. Alright, no bad meat for me. Speaking of reviewing alcohol, I'm getting thirsty. That sounded very ominous. I am reminded of whenever Arthas from World of Warcraft would say, Frostmourne hungers. Frostmourne being his blade of death. Okay, I don't know why I'm crouching. Cave ahead. Okay, great. Seems like a couple of giant tombstones. Speaking of tombstones, how do we feel about tombstone pizza? I generally get the giornos, but the other day I was at the store and I was like, hey, maybe I should try tombstone. I know that I tried it before when I was very young, and I wasn't that interested in it. Yeah, that could be a good idea. Where are we? Roads and Catacomb. Ooh, a site of grace. Hope this isn't a giant dungeon. I must be the only person in Elden Ring playing that suggests when they find the dungeon, I hope this is not a giant significant mission. It's like, oh, I'm just here for the simple run and get treasure things. Be wary of the right. Oh, didn't have to wait too long. Actually, let me go ahead and attach a... what is it? That thing that attaches to my belt. I don't need these guys anymore. Where is it? Where's that thing? Here we go. Seems like that thing took actually quite a good chunk of health. Try again. Actually, since I'm in a cavern, I might as well unequip Torrent. These blood shadows. What does the message say? Be wary of the right. I am constantly wary of the right. How conservative they are sometimes. Wait a second. Can you... Why, you little... Ooh, a stake of Marika. Summoning pool is not functional. So in case I want to summon somebody. Ooh, and there's a lever right there. You gotta pull the lever. You just gotta. A heavy door has opened. That's good. And just a second here, folks. Seems like we're getting close to the 3 o'clock PST, which means it's almost time for MH Rise. You know, as much as I love Elden Ring, sometimes it just gets me, it makes me a little tense. Hidden path ahead. Oh wow, look at that. Oop. Nice, a rune arc. Some ghost glovewort. I forgot to light this thing. This entire time I'm just like, oh, I have enough light. Right, and that's the other side. I can't wait to see you on the other side. So, secret passage. Grave glovewort. He doesn't seem very happy. Okay, we good? I think we good. Rolling ahead. Like rolling thunder. Ooh, wait. Where's... I need to get to light. Almost died right there. That's the story of my life, though. Human bone shard. Watchdog staff. I would be more excited if I were to use staffs. Message ahead. So lots of hidden passages here, it seems. Alright, let's see what else is... Let's see what else is going on. Be wary of left. There's a trap. It looks like stepping on this thing will probably trigger a trap. Of course I did that. Be wary of trap. Something tells me there must be a trap around here. They warned us about things like this in school. Hidden path ahead. Lots of hidden paths in this tomb. That one almost made sense. Message ahead. Nice. Feels like I'm pretty close to that level up. Oof, there was another one right there. Are there some in the ceiling? I feel like every once in a while on these high ceilings I get these ridiculous little critters just jumping me. Most people that play Soulsborne games are just like, what is this guy doing? Does he need like a... He's playing it too safe. He's being way too safe. Didn't expect treasure chest. Seems familiar. Is it gonna be like a warp? So no like hidden path here. It seems like we've actually reached the end of the dungeon, which is surprising. I never reached the end of the dungeon on a first try. Raya Lucaria, Soldier Ashes, nice. So I got a new summon. I doubt that I'll get to use it considering that most summons are outside my stats. But you know, it's nice to have. It's a nice to have. Can you even... How did people get up there? People tell me. You know what? It'll have to remain a mystery. I don't assume there's more enemies on the way back, but you know what? You never know. I'll try to see if there's any more hidden passages, but I'm assuming that this is it. Oh ha, and I just stepped on the trap. I hear some footsteps. Maybe it's just my imagination. I wonder what the large door was. Maybe it was something I already visited. Okay, so that was fun. And by fun, I mean that was good that I didn't die. Hey, what is... What is this? I knew I was missing something. It was just like my spider sense. Root resin. Well, doesn't seem like it was anything significant. Whoop! It keeps going. It's probably just gonna keep going, isn't it? Ooh, and a steak. Wraith ahead. I think this is the door. And there's the golden door. Seek the slug. Invisible sword ahead. Let me just I wonder, can I level up before going to I don't want to lose all these runes. Where am I in terms of runes? Simple view sword scroll. I might try to. It's gonna be lame though. Wonder what sort of enemies in here. All right, I guess we gotta try. But again, I don't want to lose these runes, so I'm gonna try and level up before doing that. So if we go there, okay, so from the stairs down, and then we'll try whatever enemy is up ahead. Where are we in terms of our time? Now, honestly, we're almost out of time. Let's see if we can level up. So I think if I am remembering, I'm trying to increase my strength these days. You selected number. Let's go with, I don't know, 10. Ooh, that's a good bonus. Let's try one more. I wish they would just tell you how much they're gonna give you. Okay, so I think, where's the set of grace? Okay, so I think we can go ahead and level up. And I think I'm trying to reach strength 30, but let me check my equipment. The reason why I'm trying to reach strength 30 is because I want to be able to carry this crazy thing. It's the Manor Tower Shield, which requires a 30 strength. So yeah, let's do that. Beautiful. Okay. So now let's fight whatever's behind that door. And then if it doesn't work, Well, you know what? We've got Monster Hunter, so it's okay. Ooh, an imp head. Seems like the hidden paths that have been uncovered remain open. Here's hoping I can summon my boys, though. It's always a fun fight with my boys. Dog ahead. Interesting. Wait a second. How is this a dog? Ooh. Let's try that one more time. Spirit Caller Snail. That didn't seem too hard of a fight. I kind of just needed to make sure to keep my distance and dodge properly. Imagine that I needed to dodge. Like I said, fortunately there was a very small amount of runes at stake, so I'm not. Jeez. I didn't even get my what is it, my runes back. Let's try it a couple more times, but like I said, I'm probably ready to move on to Monster Hunter at this point. Hilarious. Hilarity ensues. Why did I do that? This guy hits like a truck, though. Seriously. It seems like my dogs are doing even better than me, so maybe that means something. And actually, if it's a tree guy, maybe fire spells might be the thing to go with. Do I even have those flame pots still on me? Let's go ahead and put the flame pots back on. Don't need this thing anymore. So let's try to keep our distance. Probably gonna have to use a I'm way too close to the guy. That's the problem. I think once he once he comes close to you, it's very difficult to. Yeah. Let's do that. But it seems like the fire was working. Fire, it hurts people. Some ridiculous reach, honestly. All right, last time. Oh, we'll pick it back up next time. All right. And like I said, I kind of just have to make sure that I have good distance between me. How? All right, I think we're good. I think we're fine. Let's go to the last site of Grace visited. That's okay. Right when you don't have experience is the best time to go ahead and face all of the worst enemies. Okay. Cool. Let's go back to intermission here. Okay, so we are going to take a short break. And on the other side of this break, we'll play some Monster Hunter Rise. So hopefully you're of the sort to like that sort of thing, and if not, feel free to do something far more stimulating. See you guys again. And what's a good BRB music? There we go. So, hello and welcome back to the Ales and Fails Swiss stream. I'm your host, Wolf, otherwise known as Ales, gentleman streamer, Beer Goggle 21, the world's least interesting man. And welcome back to the Ales and Fails Swiss stream. We have arrived at the corner of the stream I like to call the pub crawl, and that is because ideally I'd like to be able to play with viewers, much like whenever you join up at a pub crawl. We're playing Monster Hunter Rise, which is generally the game that we play during this corner, so I'll create a lobby, and if anyone's interested in playing, let me know. And actually, that reminds me, I should probably update my stream info to say that I'm running on the Switch, just because every once in a while people ask me, oh hey, can I join? And then I say yes if you're playing on the Switch, and then they say, oh, I am not playing on the Switch. Which is always sad for everybody. I guess I will wave goodbye to a friend of the stream, Rio de Lobos. Hopefully the rest of your day goes well, and I hope to catch you again. Before we move on to the game though, let's go ahead and talk about what's next on tap. This is Speculoos Cookie Butter Beer, which is something that I've had on stream before. It is kind of a novelty type of beer. I found it at Trader Joe's. It's quite delicious. It is an imperial golden ale with toasted coconut, vanilla beans, and natural flavors. Alcohol 9.5% by volume. And so Speculoos is a brand that does cookie butter, I think. Cookie butter cookies, maybe? I'm not too sure. I don't really eat baked goods. But the thought of having cookie butter beer was incredibly enticing. Now, before we actually taste this, what exactly is a golden ale? Well, a golden ale is an ale made with a type of what is it? It's not. I think it's you actually use pale malts, much like pale ales, but the difference is that pale ales showcase their hop flavor, whereas golden ales are more in tune with the sweetness of the malts themselves. Golden ales, as you might imagine, have a golden color, as opposed to pale ales, which are a little more yellow, I want to say, in character. Other than that, they're enjoyable. They're easy drinks. As for imperial, well, imperial is certainly the adjective that you add to a beer that tends to suggest that it is higher in alcohol by volume. And I feel like if I see the moniker imperial, I'm expecting something of 8% or higher alcohol by volume. But of course, your mileage may vary. But that's my thoughts on this. Let's go ahead and see what Untapped has to say on the issue here. So let's go over here. And before I do that, okay. So Speculoos Cookie Butter Beer. This delectable treat is an imperial golden ale with toasted coconut, whole vanilla beans, and milk sugar that will have you daydreaming of the jar in your cupboard at home. It's a Trader Joe's exclusive. Cool. So with that, let's go ahead and taste this. This is actually one of my recent favorite beers. I know it's a gimmick beer, so it's not like a beer proper, but I very much have enjoyed it. And I feel like at this point, no trip to Trader Joe's will be complete without me purchasing some. Okay, so there we go, a proper golden ale. It looks thick. It has a good head on its shoulders. Let's go ahead and smell it. Very strong notes of, I want to say, like French vanilla as opposed to standard vanilla, and coconut. I don't know what the smell of toasted coconut is, but it smells like coconut shavings, which is always a delicious treat on like a cake or something like that. Tangan Liurnia. So thick, I want to say maybe like a 3 out of 5 in terms of body composition. Very sweet. It has this like taste of molasses and kind of like a long tail, and I think that's from the vanilla. Yeah, you kind of continue to savor it after you drink it. The taste of coconut is as apparent as it is on the nose, and I feel like that's maybe the more prevalent flavor here. It's like toasted coconut, sweet, so a fairly strong sugar profile. But yeah, once again, that coconut is actually ever present. I want to say this is one of the few beer descriptions that actually delivers completely on what it touts. And yeah, the nose is just wonderful. It's intoxicating. It's quite delicious. It's kind of surprising that this is like a 9.5 percent alcohol by volume. It's almost deceiving because I think you get too tangled up in the sweetness of it. Let me go ahead and check this in. 4.25 is a very apt rating. I love it. It is delicious. I know that this is not everybody's cup of tea. Like my significant other doesn't actually care for the taste of coconut, period. So the first time we tried this together, she was like, I am not having this anymore, have the rest of it. And to that I said, thank goodness. Okay, so my ticker is updated. Let's go ahead and move into Monster Hunter Rise. I think that's what everybody's been waiting for. So let's do this. Cool. And here's Leonhardt, dressed up in his dapper gala suit. So like I said, I'll create a lobby, and in case anybody wants to hop into the lobby, feel free. If not, I'll just find a bunch of online randos, many of which will probably be better than me. Let's go ahead and set up that lobby. Let's create a passcode here. Let's go with 4580. Magic number 4580. Okay, so let me go ahead and write that in chat. Lobby ID equals BN7278. Passcode 4580. And let's lock that in. And of course, it's not letting me pin for absolutely no real reason. Okay, so it's pinned. So I'm at a measly MR5. Nothing particularly surprising there. Meowcenaries are not back. So I'm in the middle of like trying to craft gun lances, new gun lances. In terms of my equipment, I've got the Luna Garon set, which gives me a few things here. So agitator, attack 20 and 15% affinity while active. I think that's when monster enrages. Latent power. I forget what latent power is. Artillery, of course, because we're gunlance users. Divine Blessing is always good to save our hides. Evade Extender, only 3 points. So 3 points in both Divine Blessing and Evade Extender. Wirebug Whisperer extends the durations you can keep a Wirebug, so this is useful because it allows me to use Wirebug skills better. Load shells. We've got the guard. Some fire resist. Redirection. Nullifies incoming damage. So I think this one is useful whenever you're like switch skill swapping. Guard up to block unblockables, and of course diversion, just in case we're running with some folks and we want to divert the monster's attention in our direction. And like I said, what I really want to do is create more gun lances. Most of the gun lances that I'm pursuing are normal type gun lances, so nothing fancy. Looking for some Ragnar Kodaki pieces. Some Zenogre pieces as well. I don't think I have a shocking gun lance, so this might be a good idea as a first hunt. Madron. Almadron unfortunately is a wide. Magma Almadron. It's actually a normal. Sergio. It's also a normal type. So we got a couple of choices here. Seems like we can do both a standard Ragnar Kodaki and a Pyre Ragnar Kodaki. Maybe that's what we go for first. Alright, let's find a Ragnar Kodaki actually.
See you soon. Your spirit shines bright. Please select the quest that best suits you.
Let's see. Wow, 2 Zenogres. Ooh, and actually, let's go ahead and go for both spiders at the same time. That's not gonna be good for us, but we can only try. Great, let's do the weakener. And then the bombardier, of course. Some delectable dongos. Alright, come on, let's go. Let's get out of here. And here's hoping that I'm joined by some hunters online. I think I can do single monster quest fine on my own, but 2 monsters sometimes a bit much. Let's go about for standard Ragnar first. Generally want to start out with the blue scroll because it has my openers. The red scroll is what I use whenever I want to use bullet barrage, which is something that I generally use when the monster is prone. Where's that pyre? I don't know that I want to face pyre first. I actually fought a pyre Ragnakadaki yesterday, and it literally was like one hit would take down like 75% of my health. So I would rather face it with other folks. But it might have to happen regardless. I wonder how hot it is. Like if you were actually in this cave, how hot would it be? Like, would it be as hot as Florida? That's actually the question that I'm asking. Would it be like being in Miami again? Maybe a little bit hotter. Alright, Mario has joined the quest. I wonder if he will be voiced by Charles Martinet. Nice. And so, in Master Rank, I guess Ragnakadaki uses its offspring for additional functionality. Hey, come on. Oh, what? Great, they're fighting. I don't like it when you guys fight. Alright, some damage on the spiders. Nice. Whoa. And of course have to get all the pieces before. I thought the pyre was going to run away, but I guess not. Ah, man. I didn't know that that was a move. Can you get up? Can you get up? Ah. Don't sweat it. That was awful. That wasn't even the monster I was fighting. Sad. Sad performance. Yeah, just eat whatever. Apologies, but that was frustrating. That was ridiculous. Seriously, just incompetence. Yeah, I know, I'm getting there. All things being equal, that's not the Kadaki that I wanted to fight first. Wait, where did he... Wait, where is he going? I wonder if he was going to... Sorry, if they were going to try to attack another monster with it. Oh, Mario. It's fine, this run is already cursed. We fight to the end, but I don't have any high hopes for this. We lose this fight and it's nobody else's fault but my own. Let's go. That is wild. Hey. Let's go. Okay. Oh, come on. Oh, I'm trapped. I'm gonna get KO'd, aren't I? Nice. Ooh. Almudron. Great. That one almost took me out. Wait, it's down again? I gotta sharpen up. Let's go. I don't know who I'm hitting anymore. Okay, that seemed to be a good round. Eat some rations for good measure. I wonder how it is that Almudron was rideable twice. Jeez. Still on fire, if anybody's wondering. Wait a second, what? Move, move. Wow. How did he know I was gonna be there? I don't know what had just happened. Did he explode or something? That should have earned me a kill right there. What is this, like the 4th time I'm charging without landing a hit? Trappable. Let's just trap it and call it a day, because this is ridiculous. Oh, wonderful. Where did it go? Mario? Hello? Is it coming? Hello? Okay, game. Seriously? That is so obnoxious. What, did it have to go to like all the way the farthest point possible from where we were fighting to stop running? Where is it? What is he trying to do now? Okay, you want to fight it? Be my guest. How about a bomb though? Can we bomb it? Okay, never mind. No point in it. Okay, I guess we're just fighting. What am I even looking at? Ah, okay. What a nightmare. Cheers to that. Okay, well, we have plenty of time to fight the standard Ragnarkodaki, but question is, do we have enough lives for it? Okay. Let's go get it. I don't know what's the easiest way to do this. That seemed pretty fast. Ooh, lantern bug. Those things actually take a hit for you. Haha. Oh no. Where's Mario? Let's use the Felvine. Ooh, there's one of these guys. Let's go, Rocket Man. I barely hit it on the foot. Is he gonna fly? Oh, come on, move it. Some health balloons. Let's go. Oh, it barely reached it. One more person joining the quest. Here's hoping they're amazing. Or at least better than me. Healing bubble, healing bubble. Oh, there's clover bats. Okay, let's sharpen up. Welcome in I go. Hails. Thanks, bro. Got the detergent. Told me about. Couldn't find the one that Google told me about, but the one you mentioned should be good. Hey, hope it works out for you. And I go. Like I said, I think that's a popular brand for washing clothes and minimizing the allergens that are there. All right. Now, what are the chances the three of us can take this guy down? Mario's already here. Rocket Man. Whoa. And of course I fell off. Wreck that spider. Oof, nice, I got it. Ooh, and Alyssa too. Ah, this is wild. We gotta stop being on fire. Oh, wow. Boom. I was on a run, that's why I didn't tune in earlier. Hey, don't worry about it. Like I said, life comes first. So, anytime that you can devote to the stream is cool. But if you got more important things to do, by all means. Ooh, they're trapped. Let's do it again. Boom. Nice. Seems like he finally got a good rhythm. Where's my sharpening tool? Too many combos. That was a pretty solid round though. Mostly because we had all this added help. Okay. Where's our arachnid friend? Mario can't move. Ooh, trappable. Maybe we don't need to trap it after all. Boom. Nice. Okay, as long as somebody got it, I actually don't care. Let's go. Ooh. Very nicely done, everyone. I honestly thought that that run was a lost cause. Oh, and I better finish this beer quickly. Are there any shinies? No, it doesn't seem like it. Cool. At least we got both spiders. Hopefully we got a lot of pieces. Let's see. Okay. And of course, sell all. Four demon powders. Let's try and do one quick hunt here, and then we can take a quick break. Okay, let's see, do I actually have the materials for these weapons?
Hey, good to see ya! Let's get you fixed up then, shall we?
Okay. So yeah, we can actually create the Arachna Blazer, which is a fire type gun lance, normal Shelly type.
Bring on the hard stuff! Ain't nothing I can't forge.
Of course, I eventually will have to make two of these.
I've been banging away at the smithing stuff for so long. Strike while the iron's hot.
Nice. And it looks like I can make two. So I need to take down another Pyrarachnokodaki. Which I don't want to do, but I guess I should.
Be careful out there.
What is Pyrarachnokodaki weak against? Weakest to water. See, I think I have a water gun lance. What are the gems on my Spirit Bird? And then a fire protection. Sort by level. Okay, well, in terms of water types, I've got the Scissor Gun Lance, and then this other thing. Can I upgrade either of them? This one actually seems way better. Let's boost up that water attack. And then let's put 2 fire protections. And of course, that's exactly the one I was using. Okay, let's fight one more Ragna. Inflict 2 blights. That seems like a lot.
I look forward to your safe return. Chat with Cheech for all your questing needs. Here's the list of quests.
Those are high. What's the most basic Ragnakadaki? This one. Yeah, let's just go with that, I think.
You'll do great.
And these goggles are starting to squeeze my face, which means that probably during the break I'll just go ahead and change them. Not that anybody notices, but I feel like I have to announce it. You know, for clarity and optics. And let's cut to the chase. Let's get out of here. So does anybody have any fun weekend plans? How about that? I don't really have too much myself, but I do hope one of the things that we do is get takeout on the weekends. So I'm really hoping I can get some pizza at some point. Pizza being my all-time favorite food. I'm a basic buddy, folks. I love me basic food. All right. And let's find this guy. Seems to be in the cave. Alright, let's hope we can make quicker work of it, since now we've got the water elemental. Redirection is activated. Great. Some good hits. Destroying that leg. Nice. I fainted. One hit. I'm pretty sure I was at 100%. What was that? Ah, that's disappointing. I'm gonna just quit this quest. This is ridiculous. Can we leave? I used to have this rule back in the day. So return from quest means that you keep stuff. Abandon quest means that you just abandon it. I used to have this rule back in the day when I was playing with the boys, where if we would die within the first 5 minutes of the quest, we would just restart it. It didn't make any sense to invest any more time into something like that. So I'm applying that rule right now. Cheers to those that stood by us and probably shouldn't have. So we'll probably go ahead and repeat that quest, but like I said, these goggles are kind of killing my face right now. I need to switch them out. Probably get something else to drink. So we'll be back on the other side of this. Let's go with... Alright, see you on the other side. So welcome back to the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. I'm your host, Alewolf, otherwise known as Ales, gentleman's dreamer, the excellence of in execution, barstool philosopher. Welcome back to the stream. I think we're largely wrapping up here. Maybe we got like another 40 more minutes to go. We're playing Monster Hunter Rise in a block I like to call Pub Crawl because the intention is to play with viewers. I've got a passcode and a lobby ID in case you're interested in playing Monster Hunter Rise with me on the Switch. But before we do that, let's go ahead and see what's untapped for the last drink of the evening. This is another helping from our friends at V. Stefaner. This is their alcohol-free beer, which is a wheat-style beer. It's actually called a malt beverage. But yeah, it reads like a wheat beer. It's very similar to it, except that, of course, it doesn't have alcohol. So why would you want to have alcohol-free beer? Well, same reason why you would like to have caffeine-free coffee. Because it tastes good. So, what is a wheat beer? That's generally what I drink for in terms of V. Stefaner. Well, wheat beer is an ale largely made a majority of wheat as opposed to barley, and it is thicker because it is generally unfiltered. One of the traditional styles from Germany. Anything else from wheat beer, they're thicker, they're more flavorful, they pair well with fruit flavors. Yeah, and they're generally a good time all around. I love German wheat beers, which are known as Hefeweizens. So those are my thoughts on that. Let's see what Untapped has to say on this particular beer. And if you might notice, I'm trying to actually be rather quick about this. I'm not going to read this whole thing, we've read it a few times. Our golden yellow alcohol-free wheat beer tastes like a premium wheat beer. Tangy, fresh and full-bodied with hints of cloves and honey as well as fine yeasty spirit. The unique wheat beer taste is achieved by a method developed in collaboration. Okay. And yeah, brewed according to tradition. Let's go ahead and taste this. In case you want to read the rest of that, feel free to look at the Untapped entry. Yeah, so I feel like it's been nice to kind of just delve into the world of alcohol-free beer, because it's kind of this thing, and I don't know that this is a positive for anybody else, but alcohol-free beers are either wonderful, like the stuff from German breweries or like Athletic Brewing, or they're awful and they taste terrible. And there's a lot of American craft breweries that are guilty of that. So I think that at the very least, alcohol-free beers opens beers up to people that wouldn't necessarily drink beer otherwise. Or like if you feel like you've had quite a few already and you want to keep drinking, but you don't want to like suffer from like alcohol incapacitation, then it's perfect. It's a perfect opening for those types of situations. So I think it's a good idea, and yeah, if you're interested in tasting a bread style drink that has no alcohol, alcohol-free beers for you. In terms of notes here, definitely the body, definitely the aroma of a wheat beer. In terms of like, it just smells bready. It smells like bread / banana bready. Fang and ale. And the first thing that hits you is actually the malts. It very, very strongly a taste of like a standard wheat beer. It's a little bit sweet, which is nice. I'm trying to think of something. It might remind me of a little bit more like sweet tea. And maybe I'm thinking about that because I am craving some chicken from the East Coast chain known as Bojangles. I love their sweet tea. But yeah, it's good. It doesn't really taste any different than their standard wheat beer helpings, except of course other than the fact that it doesn't have any alcohol. In terms of bitterness, in terms of hops, nothing really too resounding or anything like that. And yeah, kind of a thick body composition, 2 out of 5 if I were to say. This is probably one of the more enjoyable alcohol-free beers. I certainly like it, and I'll probably come back to it time and time again. 275 is good. I want to say it's a 3 today. And that is because, folks, beer ratings are not static. You might consider a beer to taste a certain way one day, and you know what, the next day you've got a different palate, and that's okay. There's no such thing as an objective taste to beer. So let's go ahead and do that. And with that, let's go back to our game. So as you might recall, I was in the process of trying to fight a Pyre Ragnarkodaki, so I'm going to try that again. Here's hoping that some people actually join me this time around.
Take a look at the quest list. You'll do great.
And let's get some food in our bellies. Never go hunting without eating first, lest it be your last meal. Oh, and I should have activated a ticket. Okay, that's fine. Very cool. Hey, we have a friend from the Eastern Hemisphere, I'm assuming, joining us. And apologies if that is not the case. This is me making a silly assumption. You know, I was thinking the other day, if there was only a single game that I could stream, probably... Okay, the question is, if I was streaming a single game, and that is all I was doing, it'd probably have to be, given the current set of options, Monster Hunter Rise. I feel like there's always just stuff to do, assets to build, skills to learn. So let me not become a Monster Hunter Rise streamer, strictly, but imagine a world where that's all I was doing. Let's go. We have a couple more friends join the quest. And Janat, do your thing. Come on. You barely have enough time to do your thing. Nice. Load up. It is over indeed. Wait. What was that? Jeez, guy. Wow. What a disappointment. And honestly, I would quit right now if it wasn't for the fact that I've got two folks already running this quest. That was so ridiculous. A single shot? I was at 100% health. Somebody clip that and tell me that I'm wrong. Ales, you're getting rusty. You've had some drinks, Ales. You're getting it a bit messy. Now, you might be right, but you know what? This is the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. Ah, see, there we go. They were smart for withdrawing. Here I thought I was doing something good in terms of bringing that Anjanath in. Okay, is there a way in? Let's go. Beautiful. Woof. I knew I was gonna get hit with that. Oh, come on. That was just bad. Let's go after that spider. And it's back being outside. I'll show you what it feels like now I'm on the outside. Ooh, nice. Ah, you're fine. You certainly held out more than I did. Rocket Man. Boom. Whoa. Where's my bats? Great. Okay, I really need to sharpen up. I really thought that there was healing clover bats, but maybe my partner took them. Which is fine. They'll probably make better use of them. Just a second here. Wow. Oh jeez. Oh hey. Wow. No. Not good enough. Okay, I need to back away. Gonna die here. These spiders just keep coming. So many of them. It's fleeing. Okay, let me sharpen up. We broke some parts here. Oof, nice. Capturable. I'm gonna take the safe route here. Oof. Sure, come over this way. Nice. That was a nightmare. Okay, let's see if we can do one quick mission here. I don't know that I've ever finished a quest in under 10 minutes, but there's a first time for everything, right? Alright. Doesn't matter. Let's go with the Luna Garon set. And let's do something relatively simple.
Bye now.
Something I need. Sure, let's go with gore.
Take care.
Okay, and let's get some supplies and then we'll be gone. Gormagal, of course, the carrier of the frenzy virus. The thing about the frenzy virus is that it forces you to be aggressive, and so if you get it and you fight the monster a lot, it'll give you a buff. It'll power you up, but if you don't, it'll give you a debuff. So it's kind of interesting. At least back when I played Monster Hunter 4, it was not my favorite mechanic because I tend to play very defensively, specifically because I use the big shield weapons. But in Rise, there's very few chances to actually play defensively, I want to say. Wow. Okay. I was lacking. Nice. Okay, I need to charge up. And I think we got the buff. Not too sure. But we're about to die, so it actually doesn't matter. Okay, somebody else was foolish enough to join the quest. Which good for us. Boom. Where's this magic person? Oh, come on. Okay. Got him on the side swipe. Where is this person? I think they're there actually. Ooh, they brought somebody else. Rage. TGIF has joined the quest. Ooh, let's go. Okay, let's do it. Wait. Oh, wow. Why am I even here? This is like a weird balcony. I gotta charge up. Running low on stamina. Woo! Ah. And it seems like most of our party has fainted. I thought I was shields up. Boom. Just got blasted in the face. Oh, come on. Hey, look at that. Let's do this. Ah, lovely every time I see it. Boom. Where am I? What are all these bodies everywhere? Gore is just upset. Let's do this. Boom. And that is the end of that quest. I am definitely not surprised by that. Given the fact that I actually got to run pretty quickly, I was fighting fairly recklessly. Which is not to say that I don't fight recklessly every other time, but yeah, that one specifically was purposeful. But with that, let's go to this. And okay. So that was the Ales and Fails Twitch stream. Hopefully you had a good time. It was a mixed bag for me. I think yeah, nothing in particular in terms of Monster Hunter Rise other than just I gotta learn some of these newer monster patterns a better. But I did have fun in terms of Elden Ring. Hanging out in Liurnia of the Lakes was interesting. Whenever it comes to bosses, I feel like the thing is for me to just like run through them several times so that I'll actually have some experience built. Anyways, if you're into this sort of thing, tune in next week. I'll probably be running both Elden Ring and Monster Hunter Rise as well. I also play Mega Man Zero on Thursdays, and trust me, I don't do any better on that one either. Whatever the case, thank you for your time this afternoon. Hopefully you've learned something today, and if not, hopefully it was stimulating in some other way. Here's hoping to catch you again. But yeah, otherwise, have a wonderful rest of your week, your weekend, and as I like to finish these streams by saying, stay thirsty, Alpac. We'll see you again.